Okay, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is convening hearings today, August the 6th, in our headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, to my left is Mr. Chucky Tillis, to my right, Pete Freeman. On staff here, who do we have? Jesse County? Sure. And we are hearing an offender at LaFourche Parish Jail. Do we have any staff members there in support?
You on mute.
You're muted.
There you go.
There we go.
So there's no one in support there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, would you give me your name and your DOC number?
My name is Jimmy Wayne Vizinate, DOC number 626802.
Okay, Mr. Vizinate, you're before this panel today for a revocation hearing. Do you have in front of you a signed document that's your signature showing that that you signed for your hearing? Do you have anything in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see, make sure that that's what I'm looking for. That what I'm looking for, guys.
Yeah. If you fail to.
It should be dated 6/18/24.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you indicated that you do not have mental illness treatment and you can read and write, so you are not eligible for appointed counsel at this time. Do you have retained counsel?
Well, I didn't have a lawyer, and he never asked me if I wanted a lawyer. He just asked me if I had a lawyer, and I told him no because I couldn't afford it. I've been locked up for a year.
Okay, you're not eligible for an appointed counsel.
Okay, okay.
So at this point, sir, I'm going to read some information, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with the statement. Okay. So currently you are being held for rule violation number 4, and that you failed to refrain from criminal activity. You were arrested by LaFourche Parish Sheriff's Office 7623 and charged with second-degree rape, which is a felony. It has later been amended to sexual battery, which is a misdemeanor, and you pled guilty in court to that on 5/10/2024. How do you plead?
Okay, I can plead guilty to that, but I got a statement behind that.
Okay,
Okay,
guilty
we'll let
with
you
the
make it in a
statement.
minute.
Okay. All righty, and that's the only allegation we have against you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and allow you to make a statement.
Okay, did I send that? Did y'all get that letter that I sent to y'all?
Yeah, and we've all read
Ready.
it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's the statement because when I got locked up over here, Brandon Landry told me the only way that I would be able to get out of here was if it gets thrown out of court or I take a misdemeanor. Now, I took the misdemeanor. I would have never took the misdemeanor if I'd have known that that would have violated my parole. Because I was already in here 9 months going to trial, and they didn't set the trial back twice because there was no evidence on me that on that charge. So they dropped it down to a misdemeanor because they didn't have nothing. And back in my mind, I was thinking that, well, he said to take a misdemeanor, I'd be all right. So I took the parole officer's advice and trusted that, he would. I mean, who am I to trust? If I can't trust a parole officer, I can't trust nobody.
Well, that's probably true. Nobody's a good choice in that case. Mr. Tillis is the person who has your case. So I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis if you have any questions.
So, how long have you been in? You say about a year?
A year and 1 month.
And after your parole officer recommended that you do this, you took his advice? You didn't try to seek counseling later?
Well, that was right when I came in. 2 weeks after I came in, Mr. Brandon Landry came and talked to me and asked me if I wanted to violate myself. And I told him no, because I didn't do nothing wrong. It was a he say, she said. Because there was never no rape kit, does nothing like that. It was bogus.
What happened between you and the young lady?
Well, it started out as I met her when I was working for my boss. He was a contractor, and we went. It was 2023. They had a cold freeze, and we went under the house and we fixed the pipes and all for her. My friend started dating her, and he left her because she wanted somebody to support her because she was losing her job. She didn't have a ride back and forth to work. Her boyfriend had just left her. And one day we was all over there, and he had found 2 pregnancy tests in the bathroom. So he left her alone. So she, like 2 weeks later, she called me. I don't know if she texted me or whatever. I was outside in my yard, and she was like, "Hey, you want to come over?" I was like, "Yeah." And I'm gonna be honest with you. She said, "Well, we got a little weed." I said, "Look, I'm drinking a beer. I just finished cutting the grass. I'm drinking some beer." And we went over there, and we was talking, one thing led to another about sex. And she had asked me, what was the youngest girl I've been with? And I said, "You're too young." And she told me, she said, "Well, I've been with older men than you." And I was like, "All right, well, the only way we're going to have sex if you don't tell my partner." And she was like, "Yeah, okay." Well, we had sex. I went home. The next morning, the detective, by my ex-wife's house, the detective came and told me, he said, "Look, I need you to come to the LaFourche Parish Sheriff's Office. I need to talk to you." And I was like, "Okay." So I went down there. I told them everything what happened. They let me go. I went back home. 2 weeks later, they picked me up on a warrant.
Oh,
How old was she?
21,
And how old were you at the time?
46.
Okay. I have no more questions.
I have a few questions. Okay, were you drinking when y'all had sex?
After the fact, yeah. But
So you on for negligent homicide and you were drinking?
yes, I was.
I was trying to get your parole officer on the phone so we could hear what he had to say, but I wasn't able to. But the bottom line is, if you didn't do it, you shouldn't have pled to it. Any plea revokes your probation. It don't matter if it's misdemeanor or felony, it's the facts that we look at. And you pled. I mean, so
Yeah.
you have, yes.
I pled under his consent because if
You
he
gotta
would
take that
I
up,
would never done it.
file an agreement, you do whatever you gotta do with him. Whatever you gotta do, but with us, we gotta do our job. So that's all I got.
Mr. Vizinate, the whole situation with the officer is something you have to do due diligence. You're on parole. You were smoking weed and drinking. Yes, that could have been a technical violation, but you pled guilty to this offense. So we're going to vote at this time. Mr. Tillis,
Revoke.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to revoke due to him pleading guilty to condition number 4, sexual battery misdemeanor.
Based on our interview today, our finding is that you are guilty, and my vote is also to revoke. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now signing off at LaFourche Parish Jail. The time is 9:05. Thank you.
Shouldn't.
Good morning. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we are convening our hearing in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, to my left is Chuck Tillis, to my right, Pete Freeman. On staff, we have here forgot me. And who is in support there at Livingston Parish Jail?
I am Classification Sergeant Jennifer Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Demet. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Mitchell Broxson, 574064.
Okay. Mr. Broxson, do you have in front of you a document showing your signature that you do not need appointed counsel? Can you take a look? Does he have his document in front of him?
No, ma'am, he does not.
Okay. Could y'all put that up?
Yeah. Oh, about to.
Okay. Sir, do you see that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that document indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel at this time. Do you have retained counsel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. Sir, you're before this panel for revocation consideration. You've been through preliminary hearing and found guilty, but I need your plea on these charges. It says rule number 4 on September 18th, 2023, you were arrested for domestic abuse battery, serious bodily injury. And on 5/20/2024, you pled to the amended charge of disturbing the peace. How do you plead?
Guilty of that, of the disturbing the peace.
Okay, and you also, rule number 10, you have failed to make payments and you're currently $1,638 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
Would you like to make a statement before we start questioning you on why we should not revoke your parole? You want to explain what happened?
Yes. I believe she was trying to get me in jail to steal my stuff. And I was promised that if I took the disturbing the peace, I wouldn't violate my parole.
Okay. Who told you that?
The public defender I had.
The public defender told you that.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you happen to know his name?
Mr. Justin Simon.
All right. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Freeman. Your case belongs to him today.
Okay, Mr. Broxson. First off, tell me what happened between you and her. I mean, was there an argument or what went on?
We've had arguments in the past, but on that day, I don't believe we had an argument. I think she was just trying to leave with another person, and they accumulated a charge on me to steal my stuff, I believe. And that's what I believe happened.
Okay, so you didn't hit her, you didn't do nothing to her?
I've been with her for a few years, and I never put my hands on her, not one time. I love the woman, I really did.
Okay, so why did she have a bloody nose, broken nasal, and lacerations to her face? I mean, how can you explain that?
I don't believe that happened the day that she left me. I don't really believe that happened that day. 3 weeks after we separated, we were back together, and I was with her all the way to the time I went to jail. I never even believed they even put a charge on me. Other than what she was trying to steal my stuff, other than that, because her and some other guy run off or whatever.
That didn't make you mad that she was to leave with another guy?
No, because I was always taught that, hey, if that's what she wants to do, then she didn't care. So I left. She had been with him before. It was one of her ex-boyfriends.
So you don't have any idea, because they had witnesses, that how she got the lacerations or the broken nose?
No, sir.
And then she came running from the house and you were in the house. Why would you plead not guilty to disturbing the peace? And don't tell me about the lawyer stuff because that kind of a point. But why would you plead guilty if you're not guilty?
Right, because I was just trying to get out and be done with the court.
Right.
He said does not violate my parole.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Tillis, do you have anything to add?
I have no questions.
During this period of supervision, have you received any other technical violations?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so. I believe I was in compliance the whole time. Well, I went and seen my parole officer on March 8th, and she was with me then. We was back together, and I went to a meet and seen him, and there wasn't no charge on me then.
Okay, so what date did this happen?
It said in my paperwork that it happened December 16th.
December 16th.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And when did she file charges?
I think that day. I think that's the day the charge happened, or whatever whenever they said it happened. I did see her a few days after that or whatever, and she's like, "They're looking for your Jeep." I'm like, "Why would they be looking for my Jeep?" I mean, I thought that's why she was trying to steal my stuff or something. I don't know. I don't have no idea, but she didn't have a mark on her the day I seen her.
All right, well, Mr. Broxson, if you've had your say, we're gonna go ahead and vote.
Okay, I'm gonna move. But I want to ask you one more question. You have any contact with her at all right now?
No, no, sir.
Planning on having any contact with her in the future?
No, no, sir. She went her way. I'm going my way.
Okay, I move for an executive session.
We've had a request for executive session, Mr. Tillins.
I agree.
Mr.
I make
Freeman.
I make a move that we go into executive session.
I second.
Okay.
She's
We'll
gonna
be
call
back.
the roll.
Pete Freeman,
Yes,
Chuck Tillins,
Yes.
Jeananne.
Yeah.
we'll be right back. We just need to discuss some things. We don't have.
No, we won't vote on it. Well, last time I just said guilty. I've done 13 years on this parole already. Hopefully they'll let me back out and finish it up.
What were you given originally?
Okay, we're returning to the hearing for Mr. Mitchell Broxson. It's time for us to vote. Mr. Freeman has your case. He'll vote first.
Okay, Mr. Broxton, pled guilty to disturbing the peace, and these are some very serious violations with very seriously body injury. And, with a guilty plea, it means something went down, so my vote today is to revoke.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Based on our findings today, you pled guilty with the statement and guilty, and we find you guilty. Today, Mr. Broxson, your parole has been revoked. Thank you. Now we're going to sign out. It's 9:26, and we're signing out from Livingston. Thank you. Good morning. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. And we are convening our hearing in Baton Rouge at our headquarters. On my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Who do we have there at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center in support?
Okay, my name is Deputy Marlboro with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, and I have Randell Poole.
Okay, so Mr. Poole, would you please state, could you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
My name is Randell Poole, DOC number 444767.
Okay, Mr. Poole, you're before this panel for revocation consideration. Do you have some paperwork in front of you that you signed, making sure you're not eligible or are eligible for appointed counsel? Do
They
y'all
didn't
have?
send me the paperwork this time through the email.
We'll put that up there. Do you see that? Is that your signature on
Yes, ma'am.
420? Okay. So in signing that, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have retained counsel?
That's like a lawyer, ma'am?
Yes.
No, I don't have one.
Okay. So now I'm going to read the allegations against you, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So allegation number 4 or condition number 4, on 3/31/2024, you were arrested by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office for domestic abuse, violence, and child endangerment. Those charges were refused on 5/28/2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Also, condition number 10, you failed to make any payment since you started supervision, and you are currently $1,262 in arrear on your payments. How do you plead?
Not guilty. But since I plead not guilty, since I've been in here, I made a payment.
Okay, how about, I'm gonna put you not guilty with the statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and now let's go ahead and hear that statement. Now tell me what?
Yes, since I've been in here, I had made a payment for my taxes. My state taxes, it took $786. A payment was made since I've been incarcerated.
So you're only in arrears 500 and something now.
Well, when my parole officer came see me, ma'am, it was like 300 and something.
300. We won't. All right, so we have that. So would you like to tell me in brief terms what happened for you to be sitting before us today or standing before us today?
What happened? That's what you're saying, man?
Yeah.
All right. On Easter Sunday, me and my wife was at church. I made a confession that I had stepped out. She just went berserk. They had to separate us. The pastor made me get in the car with my sister, and the pastor took her home. So on my way home, I made it to the house first. I went in there, I was getting my stuff. So she came in after. She like, "Oh, you leaving?" So she called the police. It was like Randell Poole, yeah, he's got drugs and stuff. She just went to saying all type of stuff. So I started getting my stuff, putting it in the car. So as I was getting my stuff put in the car, she tried to crawl under the car, stop me from leaving. And then when I like pulled her from under the car, because my sister was rolling, to stop my sister from rolling over, she put her leg in a passenger wheel, just try to roll a wheel in there. So I told my sister to stop. So my sister stopped the truck. Boom! I get her from under the truck. I told my sister pull off. I got in the car with my cousin and we left. And my sister gave me a call. It was like the police is surrounding my house. Don't come here. I'm like, what? So I called the police and told them where I was at, and they came and got me.
So I understand that, you have 4 children in the home with y'all. She has,
Yes.
do you have any children together?
Yes, we have one daughter together.
Okay, and y'all have been married how long?
Been married for like 6 months now.
Okay. At this time, we have 2 people who were, well, in support. We have one at the moment, Brittany Poole. Your wife would like to speak in support of you at this time. Ms. Poole, if you please make sure you're not on mute and you can address the board.
Good morning. How you doing? What he said was true. I did overact and he did not hit me. I did call the police and say those things, but it wasn't true. And then I had a fight with the girl, and that's where the bruises came from that he was cheating with, because she came to my house after he left, and me and the young lady ended up fighting with her sister. So what he said was true. I did overact because we were separated at church, and when I came home, he was moving his things out.
So what's the plan moving forward? Now he's been in jail a couple months now, huh?
Well, I've
Yes,
been
ma'am.
going through counseling and on my mental health medicine and stuff, and we've been working forward with it. That's my brother that's on the screen too, because he was here. And we're just gonna do things differently this time. Hopefully Randell won't step out on his marriage again, but we're gonna do things way different this time. This situation would never happen again, because it's affecting the kids and me as well.
So you realize that it's a crime to falsify a police report.
Yes, ma'am. I was told that by the district attorney.
Okay, and so they did not give you a fine or anything for?
No, ma'am.
There's a question by Mr. Freeman.
Okay, how did you get the cuts on your right leg?
The girl stabbed me.
Come on now. She stabbed, but at first you're gonna say he stabbed you, and that happened after you had called to report that
Yeah,
y'all had
because that's when
fought.
we hit the fight. She came to my house. The
Okay.
young lady, her and her sister.
Yes, ma'am, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Brittany, now we're gonna go to Mr. Tony Wells' brother. Is that your brother, or is that Mr. Poole's brother?
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, that's my brother.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Wells, you can address the panel.
Good morning, board. How are you guys doing this morning? I am the brother of Brittany Poole. I have been knowing Randell Poole for about 13 years now. My sister have a very strong mental like a mental disorder, where it's bipolar and schizophrenia. Randell never, and not one day have I lived it in that house, and I lived it with them for 3 years in the house. They've been together 3 years. They've been legally married about 6 or 7 months. They've been legally married. He never once put his hands on her. He goes to work, come home. Yes, he did step out the house, but that was about it. He commit no crime. He don't hit her. He's very loving to the kids. He take good care of his kids. He got one kid with her. It's 3 other siblings in there with them.
Right.
No problem. I work with him on a job. Me and him worked together before. No problem on a job. He comes to work on time. Like he deserves a second chance at home to be with his kids, man.
So, thank you for that. Thank you for those comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Poole,
Yes, ma'am.
were you working when this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you not paying your fees?
I had to see, I worked for a tip, and like, I work on a boat, and we work like when we don't have a boat, we don't work. So, you know, I was the only one working, so I was paying all the bills in the house. So, you know, sometimes I work and sometimes I don't. You know, I've been fortunate to take care of my household and kids and pay, but they took my whole state taxes. My state taxes was $786. You know, they took all that.
Yes. Let me ask you, what is your plan moving forward with this, Brittany?
Yes, ma'am. I wanna go on with my wife and do better. You know, with my kids.
Does she have a mental concern for you?
Yes, but I like, you know, it's a two-way street. You know, I stepped out, I provoked her to do what she did. Stepped out on her and she lost it. You know?
I'd like to make a motion to go into.
I second.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry LaBelle, yeah, Toby.
Yes.
We need to go into executive council to discuss private information.
That means they're going off to the side, talk up amongst themselves. After this, Brady, you know how to do it. That's it. All I gotta do is show you how to log on.
2 weeks of training. Anytime we don't have no assignments.
Mr. Poole, these are situations that I call he said, she said. And after the interview today, have a more clear picture. My vote today is to not revoke, but I'm also going to ask to put a stipulation that you and your wife do some marriage counseling. At least 3 sessions of marriage counseling. Y'all need to sit down with somebody together, okay, and make sure that that's going well. But that would be my vote today. Mr. Freeman?
Due to the fact that the victim recanted her story and her brother who operated, that according to them, nothing happened. My vote today is to do not revoke.
And Mr. Tillis?
My votes do not revoke.
So, sir, you, your parole has not been revoked, but you do need to go and get some counseling and catch up on your fees, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate y'all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Now we're gonna, it's 9:48. We're gonna leave the, where am I? Jefferson Parish Correctional. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So what she said, we see.
Oh, this is yours.
Yeah.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is convening in headquarters in Baton Rouge. My name is Jerry Ledoux. I'm chairing today on the panel to my left, Chuck Phillips, to my right, Pete Freeman. We are at LCIW, and who do we have there in support? Who is our staff member there?
Can't hear you.
Sorry, we had to wait for y'all to unmute us. Good morning, Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P. ARDC Manager.
Right.
Ashley Gaddy, Supervisor.
Okay. Thank you so much for being there. Ma'am, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
My name is Jeananne Mills. My DLC number is 501067.
Ms. Mills, you're before this panel today for parole consideration. You are currently serving a 40-year sentence for second-degree cruelty and second-degree battery. You have a parole eligibility date, March 10, 2025, a good time date, March 13th, 2038, and a full term date of March 8th, 2045. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Chuck Tillis is going to take lead on our questioning today.
What about the visitors?
Okay, that's right. Thank you. We do have a few visitors and in the room today on Zoom. We have Tracy Pratt, Operation Restoration, Sarita Steve, Operation Restoration, and Marco Salvego, Tulane professor. But we'd like to go ahead and get your statement about why you want to be paroled today before we get started on our questions. So why do you think we should parole you today?
One of the main reasons that I did come back for parole and attempt to come out is because I have been taking programs for some time. And actually, there came a time and there came a season that even as I took different classes, and then I went to Tulane University, there were so many things that impacted me. I went to Life's Healing Choices. That was one of them, Tulane University, as well as the Victims Impact. And I'm not going to say that I did not hurt for the choices that I made when I first came, but I really needed to be accountable, and I needed to understand that, you know what, you did this, you made this choice. Nobody made this choice but you. And I couldn't get past that for many years. And then when I got over my pity party, then I said, you know what, it's time for a change. So as I began to go to Tulane and I began to learn so much about psychology and the different things of how to talk to, care for, and actually really love somebody unconditionally. When I went to Life Healing Choices, it made me look at something important, that I need to examine myself. I need to correct some things in my life. I needed to work on some things. And I began to first dealing with my anger. I went to substance abuse, and then I went on a little bit further and I began to make wise choices. I began to practice them. I began to get closer with the women in prison, and I began to see past me, you know, as I looked, especially through Victims Impact, and they also allowed me to just see me, what I did. There are no words to ever express how disappointed I was in myself then. And I pray to God somehow, somewhere, that soul, David, will heal, as well as the community, because I made that choice, because of the things I did. But today I am working, and I have worked, and I've been using wisdom, and I've been mindful of others, and I have been contributed to this compound as much as possible, whether it be mentoring and teaching and planning the Bible study, as well as I've been doing the prayer meditation, as well as I deal with a lot of women, and I try to encourage them not to make the choices I did, because I do share with them. Yes, I do. I've learned a lot. While a lot of people may say corrections was a bad thing, for me, corrections helped me to see me. Tulane helped me to become a person again. Life's healing choices helped me to feel again and look at me. And most of all, victim impact let me see who I hurt. And it didn't look good, but I can truly say today, they have taught me, and I'm still learning what true compassion is. And I would like to continue what I have began here in the free world. And that's why I came to try to go home again.
Warden Thomas, at this point, would you like to make a comment before we go to the supporters?
Sure. Yeah, as Ms. Mills had mentioned, you know, she really does focus a lot of her time with her studies, and I know probably Ms. Prater, Mr. Salvaggio will also speak to that, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on that, but she does really spend a good amount of her focus and time on that and mentoring some of the other ladies in the housing units. You know, she has only had 5 disciplinary reports since she's been here in the 10+ years, so overall, you know, she really doesn't cause a whole lot of trouble for us at the facility. And I know she had recently finished the victim impact class, and she had also mentioned how helpful that class was and what an impact it left on her. So,
was the 2014 incident? Did that take place at your facility, Warden?
yes, ma'am.
At this point, we will, is that all you wanted to say, Warden? We'll go to Tracy Pratt with Operation Restoration.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I would first like to note that Sarita Stibe has just contacted me, and she had to have an urgent dental procedure this morning, and so she's physically unable to speak, but she really did hope to be here today. She's my boss. I work for Operation Restoration. I'm the higher education administrator, so I work with all of our students who are released, and Operation Restoration provides wraparound reentry services for women and girls that are impacted by incarceration. And so I just want to share that if Ms. Mills is released, we are there to really provide her a lot of specific support for reentry, but also a lot of the additional support that a student needs. We find often when our students are released, of course, they don't have the same technological advances that a lot of our students have. So we provide a lot of one-on-one computer assistance. We provide them with a laptop, with a phone, with clothing. We help connect them with housing. And then we also provide them with a life coach that checks in on them and teaches them perhaps how to ride a bus. We provide bus tickets. We do all kinds of things to make sure that the women who are our clients succeed. And I can tell you that all of the women who have been released from our Tulane program have had successful reentries. 5 of them have continued with their studies, even when they're released mid-semester and haven't ever seen a laptop before, because we provide such extensive support. We have had one of our students has received a scholarship. One is graduating now before her class. They all have jobs. They all have housing. Many of them have they've all gotten their driver's licenses back, and many of them now have cars. One of them just completed a competitive scientific internship on main campus over summer. And that was really impressive because she was 74 years old. Our students have a higher GPA than the students that are on campus collectively. And I just know that if Ms. Mills is released, that she is also going to be in that class. She's been a successful student, and she has expressed to me how much she wants to benefit society from the crimes that she's committed in the past, that she wants to go forward helping others. And I know that she has made that her mission even now while she is still incarcerated. She has expressed to me personally that she really, really enjoys mentoring others and helping them and wants to, you know, help those who are returning to society, but also to be able to share her story to keep people from ending up in the justice system and in prison. She just talks to me a lot about how she wants to help others. And so I just wanted to convey that to all of you and let you know that if she is released, we are here to, you know, to envelop her in our reentry program and assistance. And you know, we would be honored to help her on that journey.
Thank you very much. So Marco Salvaggio, I'm sorry.
Salvaggio.
Salvaggio, that's okay.
Sir, we'll get about 3 minutes, if you don't mind. Keep it short.
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank you for providing me this time to talk a little bit about Ms. Mills and why I strongly support her granting of parole. So I'm a professor at Tulane University, and I'm also the director of the Tulane SOPA Social Sciences program at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. I administer this program in partnership with Operation Restoration, so I work directly with Tracy Pratt in administering the program. We offer a Bachelor of Arts degree in the social sciences in which Ms. Mills is a student. She was admitted into this degree program in 2019. This required her to attend an information session. She had to submit a written application. She had to be interviewed, just like all of our Tulane University students on the main campus. This degree program really provides our students with a versatile skill set and a comprehensive interdisciplinary study of human behavior. It can be applied to a range of professional settings. And so Ms. Mills has taken courses in American government, business leadership, public health. She's taken courses on introduction to the legal system as well as family law. Her professors speak very highly of her work. And in fact, I've had the pleasure to have been her professor as well. And so I can certainly attest to, you know, her academic record. She's on track to graduate in the 2026 summer. Just like all of our Tulane SOPA students who have been incarcerated and released, I can assure you that Ms. Mills would be welcome to continue her studies on Tulane's main campus. And if she lives outside of New Orleans, she will be able to take online courses administered through the main campus. She will also have access to our academic advisors, financial aid support, career services, and as Tracy Pratt mentioned, she will have the opportunity to apply to internships at Tulane. And we're actually offering one this year specifically for formerly incarcerated individuals. We're truly proud to have Ms. Mills as part of the Tulane SOPA community. I hope that we can work together to provide her this opportunity to just continue her new life through education. She has a lot of support from us. She has a lot of support from the other formerly incarcerated students. And of course, she has a lot of support from the Tulane School of Professional Advancement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, Tracy Barbera with East Baton Rouge District Attorney's Office is here to speak. And ma'am, if you'll go ahead and address the panel. She's not on.
Good morning. Am I loud and clear this morning? Last time we were struggling with audio, so we're good.
We're fine, thank you. Introduce, please.
Good morning, thank you. Tracy Barbera for the 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office. Let me first begin with saying I have the utmost respect for the Tulane staff that have spoken to you this morning on what their entire program is doing. I, as I'm sure all of you, feel that if every individual who was eligible for parole could receive the benefit of what Ms. Mills has received, the community would be in a much better place. I am very happy to hear that Ms. Mills is mentoring individuals in the prison community. It's very uplifting to hear that. I need to tell you that I spoke with Sue Burney last night, who was the prosecutor who handled this case. I was at the district attorney's office at the time it happened. And Sue shared with me and asked me to please tell you that in her 30 years as a prosecutor, it was the most horrific cruelty case she had ever handled. I was a felony assistant in the section at the time this case came up, and truly believe that if Judge Anderson had the opportunity to give Ms. Mills more than 40 years, he would have, but it was the maximum for this offense. It is just unimaginable to me that someone could do that to a 4-year-old innocent child. I know you have read the record and you are painfully, and I do believe you are painfully aware of what happened. It was not a single act of abuse. It went on for almost 4 months. And David's biological mother was in need. She needed help with her children, and she entrusted David to Jeananne Mills' care. In my comments, I told you that the pictures of what happened were embedded in everyone's mind. And as I scrolled through the pre-parole investigation and I saw that the photos were included, my copy was a black and white copy. And I scrolled quickly. I didn't need to see it again because the pictures are vivid in my mind, and I was able to look away. And I'm sure as when y'all looked through it, I know you looked at them so you could appreciate the full impact of what happened, but you were also able to look away. David cannot look away. David looks in the mirror every day and sees the leftovers of what she did to him. He was sentenced to a life of disfigurement. And it is just, Ms. Mills mentioned accountability in her statement to you. And it is my sincere and honest belief that she needs to continue to be accountable until her good time parole supervision release, when she will be 74 years of age. And that is my ask of you, to please don't think that 20 years is enough. Let her continue doing the good she's doing in the community, but still being accountable for what she did. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. We appreciate your time with us this morning. This case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, and we're going to allow him to do his interview.
Good morning, Ms. Mills. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm okay.
Good. How long have you been incarcerated?
I believe almost 20 years.
20 years?
I believe almost, sir.
Almost 20 years?
Yes, sir.
I saw your classes and you did take anger management.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were some of the best classes that you liked, that you took?
I took substance abuse. I took some ones that I liked it. Are you saying, sir?
Yes. The ones yeah.
The main ones was the victim's impact. The main ones that impacted me. The anger management. Yes, I did take that. It also left words of encouragement and thought and examination. It was substance abuse. I took that. It was okay, but the anger management, it went to the heart of it, much like victim impact, but to be honest with you, victim impact was even better.
I see. Why did the mother leave the child with you? You related to her mother, or just a friend, or what?
I was just a friend, sir.
Mm-hmm.
She would come and she would stay with me, and then she would just leave and go off for weeks at a time, and then after a while she just would disappear. And then finally I tracked her down to ask her, you know, what she was going to do. And she was like, I'm going to take care of everything. And then she finally set it up for me to keep him until she got herself together, because she got incarcerated in, I believe it was Syracuse, New York. Something happened about a theft or something. I'm not sure what it was. And so after she came out of the incarceration, she saw me, then she just disappeared for a while again. So I was trying to wait for her to get stabled so that she could get David. But she just would go and she would never come back. And finally, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. And then at this last time, I hadn't seen Stephanie for, oh God, I don't know, it was 4 or 5 months before this happened with the incarceration.
I see. At the time, or have you ever done drugs?
I did do drugs at one time. Yes, I did. I took pills.
I see. What happened to the fight you had while you were incarcerated?
What happened with the fight that I had while I was incarcerated in 2014?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, aren't you?
Yes.
They put me in a room with a lady. It was a young lady. And as I would come in, she was pretty angry because they separated her from one young lady and they put me in with her. When I went into the room, a lot of times she would just go through my stuff. And then eventually she got my rap sheet and then she put it all over the dorm so that they could see it, because I had one lock for one locker and I didn't have a lock for the other one. I didn't know it at the time. No, I didn't. But I would come back and then my cups would be gone or something be missing from the bed or pictures be gone. And she was like, I just hate old people. I just hate them. And I was like, okay. And then finally one day I went, I guess I was going to church or something. I came back and she was in the room and she had taken everything and thrown everything. I guess they had a fight from what I understand. And when I came up there, she was arguing with me. She hit me. I fought her. I was in the wrong. What made it so wrong is they told me that she was angry. I just hope to God that she wasn't so angry. I tried to go to Miss Moore and ask her to separate us because I was so worried. And I went to her 2 or 3 times and I asked her to separate us because Toya kept touching everything. She kept just tearing things up in the room. She kept stealing my stuff. Then that time I had found out later that my rap sheet was now all over the dorm. But that's not the reason I would trigger her at that time. I too was full of anger. I too was accountable. I'm not going to say because she hit me first because it was wrong. I had a choice. I had a choice.
I see. I see. I read through your file and I see that you are making some changes and I'm really pleased with that. And you're making some good choices now. And I hope you continue to. I have no more questions.
Mr. Freeman, do you have any questions?
Are you on any mental health medication?
I am now on Paxil.
I'm
now on.
Will you
It's
be
Paxil.
treated for mental illness when you out on the street?
No, I was not on mental illness medicine at all, nor seeing anybody.
I have no further question.
Okay, well, I think we've done a thorough interview, and at this time, Mr. Tillis will be voting.
This time my vote is to deny. And my reason is I think that I can't get out of my head some of the things that happened to that little boy. And I think you need just some more time to control your anger and help others if you can.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, my vote is also to deny. My reasons are, you have not served nearly enough time for the offense you have committed. And, I have to say this, I've been in law enforcement 37 years. I had to quit looking at the picture. I mean, I could not bear what that young man is going through. And he's gonna go through that the rest of his life. So my vote is 100% to deny.
Ms. Mills, my vote today is to deny your parole based on law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, and the nature of the crime. You'll have an opportunity to finish your studies there at Tulane and I believe right back in several years, okay? But today your vote has been denied. The time is now 10:25 and we're going to conclude our hearing. Thank you, Warden, and staff there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why this is.
Hey, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is headquartered here in Baton Rouge, and my name is Jerry Ledoux. On my left is Chuck Tillis, to my right is Pete Freeman, and we are going to be hearing offenders at David Wade Correctional Facility. Could you introduce yourself for the staff there?
I'm Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland.
Assistant Warden James Burgos.
And then Henshaw classification.
Great. Thank you so much. We are going to begin. If the offender would please introduce yourself and state your name and your DOC number.
William Hardy Carter, Jr., 748-854.
Okay, Mr. Carter, you're before the panel today for parole consideration. You are currently serving an 18-year sentence for molestation of a juvenile. You're a first-class offender. Your parole eligibility date is September 1st, 2024. You're not eligible for good time release, and your full term date is 9/3/2036. Is that correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We also have an attendance here. Victim opposition, and at this time we are going to ask if the victim would like to make a statement to the panel. Oh, you want to?
Good.
Okay, why don't we hold up for just one moment? Let's go ahead and Mr. Carter, I'm going to ask you, why, in your opinion, should you be considered for release right now?
Well, to be totally honest, you know, what I did, what I feel in my heart, maybe I shouldn't be. You know, I've always felt, you know, that kids is precious, and I've had family members that was messed with, and I don't understand why I did what I did. And I regret that. I would love to be out there with my family again. I've lost my dad, and my mom, she's doing bad. I know that I've hurt people and I've ruined their lives, and I only hope that I have a chance to repair the damage that I've done to people. And I would like a chance to get out and try to repair that damage.
Okay. Assistant Warden Alkin, do you have any comment you would like to make about the offender?
He is currently enrolled in the phase 2 of the sex offender program. He is an honor inmate. He has family that does come and visit him. They currently don't have him a residence plan to be paroled to, but they're working on a foundation recovery center in Caddo Parish for him to go to. He has only had one write-up since being incarcerated. And that was for I think it was a Schedule A Rule 4 back in February of this year. He's been in the DOC system since he was sentenced, and been at Wade since 2020, and he's not a problem here at the institution at all.
All right, thank you for that insight. Okay, at this time, I think it's appropriate for the victims to go ahead and make a statement. And you can just Speak loudly. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patricia Smith. I'm here on behalf of Lily. I rescued her from living with my family members in 2018 when she was 8 years old. After I learned of what was happening to her, I became her legal guardian in 2019 and adopted her in 2021. First, thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to come today and speak with you. In your role, you're forced to hear details of terrible crimes against humanity. You then make decisions that are ever changing in lives, and beyond that, you have to leave here and attempt to live a normal life despite knowing the roads filled with unspeakable evil. I commend your courage and thank you for the job you do. Today is the first day of school. It's her first day of high school. Every year on her first day of school, I'm anxiously waiting for her to get ready. On standby to help with last minute clothing choices, or the hair won't curl a certain way, or to give her my final approval and take those sweet pictures. This year I'm here. You heard me call the name lately. Names are intimately connected to our identity. During her adoption proceedings, this child asked the judge if she could change her name. She wanted to disassociate herself from her former life and the trauma that she incurred in any way she could. A signal of hope of rebirth. New beginning. I'd like you to know that today her name is Lauren. There's been numerous monetary costs incurred while dealing with the ripple effects of this crime. But rather than discuss all that, I'd rather just discuss the real cost of the crime. It is the cost of the prison bill in my child's mind by the heinous acts of an adult. Acts committed on a child, so young, so helpless, and so innocent. Acts committed by a wolf in sheep's clothing. We have all experienced the effects of throwing an object into a still body of water and the ripple effects. Ripples that disturb that smooth body of water and go on and on. That describes what it's like for my child. 5 years later, countless hours of therapy. Here I stand in front of you to try to explain how these horrendous acts by Mr. Carter still affect her today. She no longer views the world as a safe place. The sleepless nights still are too numerous to count. The nightmares and the strange tears have not stopped, nor can I say when they will ever. She has reoccurring nightmares of the events that took place. She becomes so frightened after a nightmare that she tries to stay awake for numerous days and nights until she finally comes to exhaustion. While she is with me as I'm driving, and she sees a Chevrolet Avalanche pickup like the one Mr. Carter drove, she immediately drops to the floorboard to avoid being seen. She cannot stand the sight of Butterfinger bars. That was either his reward or his favorite. I no longer use certain air fresheners in my vehicle because it makes my voice feel like it's. She feels vulnerable and insecure to the point that she won't go in public dressing. The layout of a camper trailer causes panic and anxiousness because that's where these monsters act. She freezes up in public places because she sees someone that looks like, resembles, or smells, or sounds perpetrator. I could provide many more examples, but I want to respect the time constraints. You see the ripple effects of this, which was repeated over and over in the first year of the law. She is imprisoned by these memories and deals with feelings of guilt, grieves the loss of family members, a destroyed innocence, And despite hours of therapy and shattered self-esteem, while still trying to wrap her head around why this happened to her. As she has grown older and becomes more of the significance of the acts that happen, like ripples on the water, it imprisons her even more today. Sadly, there's no release date on her sentence, and there's no parole board that she can kill. So I end with a simple question. If my child has lived in perjury as long as we're told what this man did to him repeatedly, why should he be released from it? I respectfully ask that you deny parole for legal guilty. Yeah, serious things for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carter, that brings me to the time where we ask you questions. And I'm supposed to take lead on this case. I do have one question. Have you ever had any children?
No, ma'am. I've always taken up care of other people's children. I found myself in a bad place after I got hurt, and that doesn't excuse my actions for what I did.
So you
I
were
don't
put in
remember.
a position of trust. So someone trusted you to take care of their children.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this case pled down? Did you accept a plea agreement?
That's just what they offered me, ma'am. That's what the DA offered, and that's what the lawyer agreed to.
Yeah, because there were actually, I think, 8 charges for sex crimes, and you received time for 2. And you're in phase 2 of the 4 phases of sex offender treatment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
I have no questions.
No, I have nothing.
Mr. Carter, I think I'm prepared to vote. I don't think it'll come to you as any surprise, but my vote is going to be to deny parole. I think you understand the seriousness of this crime and the effects it's had. And I hope that you continue to take every opportunity to take advantage of courses. I think if you have not taken victim awareness, that would be one that you should take.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Solis
My vote's to deny.
and Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to deny due to victim opposition. You haven't served enough time. You definitely need to complete the sex offender class, and the effect it still has on this victim today. I mean, that's just hard, very hard to accept. So my vote is to deny.
So today, sir, your vote has been, your parole has been denied.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to see David next.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The parole panel is back, and we are going to hearing the next offender. Sir, could you please introduce yourself? I would like to introduce us first. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman, and we're the Committee on Parole. If you'll introduce yourself and give us your DOC number.
So, ma'am, I'm James Burgos. I'll be translating for him. There's a language barrier. And so I'll be translating today's proceedings. Ellos quieren que tú dices tu nombre.
David Javier Corea Calero.
And is his DOC number 765-848?
El número tuyo es 775848.
Sí.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Today, Mr. Corea is here. Calero is here for a parole hearing. He is currently serving a 10-year sentence for carnal knowledge of a juvenile with a parole eligibility date May 10, 2024, not eligible for good time, and a full term date of 1/11/2031.
Okay, tú sabes que
Go ahead if you'll tell him.
Okay, ella te está diciendo las situaciones de tu caso. Tú vas a salir el último fecha, el año el 11, 20, 31, tú estás aquí por 10 años, y el caso tuyo tiene que ser de los juveniles. ¿Entiendes? Okay.
Would you ask him to please provide us with a statement on why we should be considering this parole today?
Ellos quieren saber por qué ellos deben darte parole para que te sale.
Yo escribí, está bien decirle lo que
So he took the liberty of writing a letter. If you like, I can read it for him.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. It states, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here before you all. My name is David COREACALERO, and I am originally from Nicaragua. I've been living in the United States for 2 years prior to my incarceration. My purpose for coming to this country was to work for a better life for myself and my family. I'm the father of 4 children. The oldest is 15 and the youngest is 5 years old. I would like the opportunity to return to my family, whom I love and miss very much. I was wrong for what I did. I'm deeply sorry. Also, I know I should have paid more attention to the local laws. In conclusion, I'm asking please to give me the opportunity to return to my family and community. I'm not a threat to society. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Today, we also have Ms. Leslie Elsener, who is a friend not wishing to speak. So Assistant Warden Alkin, do you want to have a comment?
Okay, I'm going to let James talk about his case here while he's been here at Wade.
So David has been here since August of 23. He has no write-ups. He's completed sex offender program. He's also completed the anger management curriculum here. He is scheduled to sign up for school once we were able to provide a translator. He's been no problem. So as I said, no write-ups, and has been compliant since he's been here. So relatively a compliant inmate since he's been here.
Thank you so much. We have Mr. Randall Meyer, who's a ADA in Orleans Parish, would like to speak, and we'll give you this opportunity. Randy?
Yes, ma'am. Randall Meyer, Assistant PA, Jefferson Parish. We're opposed to Mr. COREACALERO's request. He was 35 years old, having sex with a 15-year-old child whom he impregnated, then left her. His static 99 report as a sex offender, moderate risk, and he's From what I've seen in his record, he's not completed any sex offender treatment. I'll let him finish his translation.
He completed it.
Then, and finally, which is a little bit unusual, the sentencing judge, and the judge which this case was tried in this matter, issued a separate letter strongly opposing the parole, which is something that is rare. Normally they mark opposed on a little form, and this time the judge actually took the time to set forth reasons why she thought parole was inappropriate. Finally, he does have an ICE detainer on him, which appears to be active. So we're opposed for all those reasons. Thank you.
Él dice que no quiere que tú te salgas de parole.
Hey, Mr. Freeman, this is your case. Would you like to ask some questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
I'm gonna call him just Mr. David, if that's okay. Mr. David, why, I mean, the DNA test came back that it was your baby. Have you ever had any contact or ever tried to support that child?
So, la muchacha tiene un bebé de ti. Sí. Okay. ¿Tú nunca trató a mantener el bebé con dinero o trabajando?
Sí, lo intenté, pero como no podíamos tener comunicación, no aceptaban el dinero que mandaba con mi amigo porque yo no podía.
He said yes, he did, but because he couldn't maintain contact, he used to send money through a friend in order to try to provide support.
All right, and what led to this? When did you start? Was this your friend, your cousin, your girlfriend? Y'all lived together?
¿Cómo esto pasó? ¿Tú sabes la muchacha?
Sí, ella era mi novia. Sí.
Said she was his girlfriend. ¿Ustedes vivieron juntos o no? They used to live together. ¿Y cuánto tiempo tú estabas con ella?
Como 3 meses.
So he said that was his girlfriend. They used to live together. They were together about 3 months.
Okay. Where's he gonna try to live? Where's he gonna live?
¿Dónde?
He has a detainer with immigration.
For ICE,
But
right?
He understands he has a detainer.
Okay. Has ICE been in touch with y'all? They planning on coming get him when he's getting released?
So the last message we got, the most recent message we got, which was yesterday, we tried to get a hold of immigration. They hadn't returned our call.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Myers mentioned the judge's letter, and he's correct. It caught me. I mean, usually we don't get a comment like this from the judge, and I'm gonna read it into the record. I'll read one short paragraph, and then you could translate to him, because I want him to know what the judge said. This court.
Él quiere que tú sabes lo que el juez dijo en el letra que escribió. Okay, él va a leer la letra del juez. Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, the court opposes defendant David application for parole release for the following reasons. First, Mr. Davis should have an ICE hold on him regardless, as during his time in JPCC, the court was notified of the same. You want to go and tell him that part?
El corte no quiere que tú te salgas primero porque tú tienes la inmigración, que tú quieren salir de este país. Okay.
Second, and more concerning, Mr. Corea utilized his position of power over an innocent child to have sexual relations with her as elicited during the trial. Then when she became pregnant with his child, he failed to support the minor he impregnated or the child, even in the face of a DNA test establishing it was his child.
Él dice que el segundo y más importante que tú usaste tu posición de poder, de la muchacha, que el único que cuando ella tú preñaste la señora, tú no necesitas ayudarle con dinero, nada de eso, y okay. And would you read that last sentence again, please?
Okay, then when she became pregnant with his child, he failed to support the minor he impregnated or the child, even in the face of the DNA test that established it was his.
Cuando ella salió preñada, que tú no querías darle dinero para la muchacha o el bebé. Y cuando tú sabías porque el DNA salió que era tuyo, el bebé era tuyo. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Corea was given an opportunity to plead to 5 years Department of Corrections. Rejected same and chose to avail himself to the right of trial by jury. You can go on and tell him that. I'll make it short.
El corte quería que tú decía que tú lo hiciste y te ofrecieron 5 años, pero tú dijiste primero que tú vas a cogerlo en el corte. Y eso cuando te dieron 10 años. ¿Tú recuerdas eso? Sí. Okay. He understands.
Okay. By going to trial, Mr. Corea forced the minor child to relive what she endured and testify about her sexual experience in front of the jury, who found her to be credible and convicted Mr. Corea.
En el corte, porque tú dijiste que tú querías ir al corte. Eso le ponieron la muchacha que ella dijo lo que pasó y ella tiene que ¿cómo se dice? Vivir la experiencia otra vez cuando ella estaba en el corte diciendo lo que pasó contigo. Okay.
Okay. And I must, that's it for that letter, by the way, sir. Thank you.
Esa era la letra del juez que él escribió para provocar. Okay.
Okay, just noting for the record, we have opposition from the judge, we have opposition from the sheriff, and the offender's family, the grandmother is unopposed and the victim is unopposed. And there were some good victim letters in support. You can see their letters.
Okay, la policía y el juez no quiere que tú salgas, pero la muchacha y la madre de la muchacha escribió letras diciendo que ellos quieren que tú te sales de aquí. Okay. Okay.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Did you ask him if he knew the victim before they came here?
¿Tú sabías la muchacha antes que viniera a este país?
Sí, yo la conocía.
Sí. No, ma'am.
She was also from Nicaragua.
Ella es de Nicaragua.
Ella es de Nicaragua.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one final question. Ask him in his mind in Nicaragua, was this okay? I mean,
that's what I wanted to ask.
Because I mean, it looks like he doesn't see much wrong with what he did.
En tu país, eso siempre lo hacen. Sí. ¿Qué edad legal tener
una relación?
Sí.
A los 15.
En Nicaragua, la muchacha tiene que
Puede tener 15 o el muchacho 15.
So it's 15 years of age is kind of what they go by in Nicaragua. The male or the female. 15 years of age.
It's consent. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I have further questions.
Yeah, that was the question I wanted to ask, because the cultural differences are significant here.
Ella está preguntando lo que está pasando, lo que pasa en tu país y aquí.
This is addressed to the staff there. What is your experience with ICE detainers? Are they actually, I was on previously and we would have many that we would release to an ICE detainer and we'd see them in 2 years, like they never got deported or something. Did y'all have, what's your experience with ICE?
Most of the time, with our ICE detainers, they're pretty accurate and they come and pick them up and from here, from the institution. So,
You don't
we have not had,
reported.
well, I mean, would they come and pick them up? Now, whether they actually deport them or send them, I don't know that part. But I do know that they normally are easy to communicate with and they will come and pick them up. But what they, do with them when they leave here, I don't know.
So we don't have anyone else to speak, and so it's time for our vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, you're now 38. You were 35 when it happened. She was 15.
Tiene 38 años ahora. Tú te veías 35 cuando esto pasó.
The victim is unopposed and the grandmother's unopposed.
La muchacha y su abuela no quiere que tú salgas.
The judge was strongly opposed, and I read his statement. Mr. Myers and the sheriff are opposed. It offered 5 years, and
Te lo ofrecieron 5 años.
they say not knowing the law is not a reason not to violate it. But at this time, my vote is going to be to grant and release to the ICE detainer. Conditions are that you go nowhere around the victim. I don't know if y'all still in contact or not. Ask him if he's in contact with the victim.
Tú hablaste con la muchacha, su familia, la familia de ella.
Con la hermana hablo.
Tú no puedes, si él dijo que tú va a que te sale, pero él está diciendo que tú no puedes coger nada de su familia, de su hermana, nada.
Mi hija no la puedo ver.
Déjame preguntar. So I'm telling him that your decision to grant and how you expressively indicated no contact with the family member, his question was his daughter.
Oh, no, he can have contact with his daughter, but it must be arranged through the courts.
Okay, tú puedes a buscar a la muchacha, pero con el corte, no tú solo. Okay, hablamos bastante. Déjame hablamos. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that he attends sex offender class if he remains in the United States by the sex contact. That's my vote.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote's to deny.
Él dijo que no. El otro señor ahí dijo que no.
And my vote is also to deny, and I just want to state for the record that
Ella dijo que no. Ella no quiere que tú salgas. Ella quiere decirte algo.
ICE detainers, I would love for ICE detainers to really work and for them to be deported, and I would probably consider granting if I had confidence that that was something that was going to happen. But I do not have that confidence. And so my vote is to deny based on breaking the law in our country and the age of the victim and the opposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So el otro señor, la señora
Right. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. My name is Jerry Ledoux. I am chairing today. To my left is Chuck. To my right is Pete Freeman, and we are at David Wade Correctional Center. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Leroy Brown, 122771.
And Mr. Brown, you are currently serving a 99-year sentence. Your sentence was completed back in 2018, I believe, and you have a parole eligibility date of 10/22/2024, a good time date of 9/23/2036, and a full term date of 10/21/2086. You were serving time for aggravated kidnapping and armed robbery. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Today, you do have members in support, family and friends in support. Before we get to them, I'd like to ask you if you would make a statement to the panel regarding why you feel like this panel should grant you parole at this time.
The change in myself, Mr. Marlbello, once the warden got through speaking on my behalf, stated in his own Zoom that I had accomplished some great things there. I've proved the change. I've been beneficial. Most of the time when the warden was here, at least once a week, we'd have conference, and I contributed to help the betterment of the unit. The unit meaning the dorm. I continue to educate myself. I steadily prepare myself for the day I would become free. I'm really good at leathercraft and costume jewelry and electronic repair.
Warden, would you like to provide a little summary for us?
Yes, ma'am. Leroy Brown has been at this institution since 1988. He's been in our protection unit due to his prior employment history in the past. He's had a total of 60 write-ups during that time and prior to, I think. He had his last write-up was 2018. Leroy has completed the reentry. He's completed anger management, gone through several CTRP credit programs here at Wade. He's not a disciplinary problem at all, and he just helps out in our N5 unit as needed. And like I said, he's been here forever. So that's all.
So, Gordon, in my review, I don't see as many classes as I would expect for someone who's been in as long. Am I missing?
Well, in our protection unit at one time, they really were not offered. Okay. In the past. Have you completed anger management and reentry? Is there any other programs you've completed?
Yeah, there was another one. I can't remember, but that was another one.
If I have it. No, that's pre-release. That's all I have is anger management and pre-release.
Right.
You already, so.
Okay. We have Mr. We have James Brown, your brother, who would like to speak in support. Mr. Brown, give you this opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. My name is James Brown. I'm Leroy Brown's brother. I started and pastored a church here in Shreveport, Louisiana. I think we started in forgive me, I'm sorry. It would have been initially 1997. And we've grown to be sizable. We partnership with the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government for various programs, one of which is a moderate to low income housing facility. We have several people in our facility which are social workers, certified, at least 4. We offer counseling to people who have been traumatized, have been incorporated. We also work with the Louisiana Department of Rehabilitation, both financial, management, also for employment. And so we provide both economical assistance, counseling, housing. My brother would qualify for the programs. As far as housing is concerned, reintroduction to society. He would have a assigned counselor, Janita Hart would be her name, who's already reviewed his files and ready to take him on. We have housing and we can facilitate him and help him to get reintroduced. Also employment. We provide employment as well, full-time, part-time, transitional. Well cared for and protected in the right environment. We have at present over 100 units, rental doors. So we're able to assist them.
That's great. Is Leslie Thompson on?
I am.
Okay, so Leslie, if you would like to speak.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want to say first, my name is Leslie Thompson, and I am former mayor of the town of Jonesboro. It's a town up here in North Central Louisiana. I thank the board for allowing me to have an opportunity to speak on Mr. Leroy Brown's behalf this morning. I was told that I would probably have about 5 minutes. I hope I was told correctly. If I need to shorten it, I will, but I made a few notes so as to stay within the confines. Is that okay?
Yeah, 3 is better.
All right. 3 is even better. I'll try to rush it through this. I want you to know that I've served as mayor for 3 terms here in Jonesboro. And 15, 16 years prior to that, I served as police juror, parish representative, not to just give you a bio of my public service, but to let you know that in 2012, I was accused of a crime. 2012, I was I was charged with malfeasance in office. 2013, I was sentenced to 6 years inside the system. And during that period of time is when I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Brown. I wanted to give you that information so that because we wound up doing time at the same facility during the same period of time. Now, for me, fortunately, 2017, the Supreme Court overturned and remanded my charges, so I'm able to come before you today to talk to you without any felony charges. But I wanted to let you know that so that you would know how I came to know Mr. Brown. While there at David Wade, for those 2 years that I spent on the inside, we lived in the same dormitory, N5. We lift weights together every other day. So I got a chance to know the man. I got a chance to know his character. I got a chance to know what he was really all about. So I'm asking you, I know today we are living in a society where we have House Bill number 9 that was just passed, and much harder now for eligibility and that kind of thing, for parole eligibility. But if you're looking for someone to give an opportunity of release, you're looking for an offender to do that, who most represents the finished product of rehabilitation, that would be Mr. Leroy Brown. If you're looking for one who is truly remorseful for the crime and the criminal activity that he performed, that he did in the earlier days, that would be Mr. Leroy Brown. If you're looking for an opportunity to release an offender who's least likely to be a recidivist, who's least likely to come back to the prison system, that would be Mr. Leroy Brown. So as I close, and as we say that we understand that today we need to be tougher on crime, which I do agree, but I also say that there must be a balance of justice. And in saying that, Leroy Brown is not the same guy that he was 30 years ago. He's no longer meaner than a junkyard dog. He's no longer that guy who it says that he was meaner than old King Kong. He's a guy that we hope that you would give him an opportunity to have a second chance to re-enter into society. And so while the previous administration did grant him clemency, we're just asking for this administration to grant him that release so that he would have that same opportunity that I had, which God granted me, which was another opportunity to become a productive part of society. I thank you for the time that you've given me, and I appreciate it. And I try to cut it down to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Thompson.
All right, thank you.
All right. We also have Mr. Roger Jordan, who is your attorney, and we'd like to give him an opportunity to speak now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity for Leroy to get possibility to get parole eligibility now and be paroled. I've been knowing Leroy for several years now through the governor's commutation process and to now. I know that he's now 66 years old. He's been incarcerated for almost 37 years for an aggravated kidnapping charge. But this was a singular event of misconduct and criminal conduct by Leroy Brown back 37 years ago. He was a high school graduate. He was a college graduate for law enforcement, Houma police officer, and a state police officer. And although I'm not giving an excuse to the parole board now for the conduct that incarcerated him, but at the time, 3 doctors had diagnosed Leroy with a mental illness, affective disorder. They disagreed whether or not he knew right from wrong, and he subsequently was convicted and given a life sentence. But factually, this incident was out of character for Leroy Brown. Punishment, he spent over 37 years now incarcerated. He was a young man when he was incarcerated. Now he's going through 3 hip surgeries. A few weeks ago, I believe he had back surgery. He was in a wheelchair for a short period of time. I know that he's been through a rehabilitative process. He's got high blood pressure. Now he's a 66-year-old man asking to live the remainder years of his life with his family. I had the pleasure of meeting his mother and father in one of my visits to Leroy when Warden Goodwin was there. Since that time, his mother's passed away, and his father, who's I believe almost 90 years old, still I think tries to cut his own grass. I met him as well. He comes from a good family. You can see that by the discussions with Pastor Brown, and this was out of character for his family and for him. And in support, I know that Warden Goodwin had made a reference and a character reference for Leroy Brown, because as I think the court warden said, and thank you for being there, Warden, is that he has spent forever at David Wade Correctional Center, forever at David Wade Correctional Center in protective custody, if you will, having previously been in law enforcement. I believe, based on the references we provided to the parole board and from his brother, that Leroy is going to have a foundation to really strive if he's released. And we ask for mercy for this panel for his release. I will tell you, the last time I spoke to Leroy was just a couple of days ago, and the first thing he mentioned was the victim in this case, Mr. Landers, okay, and how he was apologetic for what had happened, and it was out of character for him. And I know that nothing can undo what was done, but I think based on 37 years of incarceration, he has served his punishment, and I think he's shown now that he can be a good citizen. And thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do have letters of opposition to his release from the victim. At this point, Mr. Freeman is going to ask you some questions. Mr. Brown.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Who were you intending to kidnap? I mean, I know you kidnapped the wrong person. Who were you intending to kidnap?
There was no intention of any specific person.
So you just went and, I mean, what was the reasoning to get money?
No, it was very well proven that Mr. Landers didn't have any money.
And I know you were undergoing some mental health problems at that time. Are you on mental health medication?
I am not, as part of the clemency stipulation, I was to be examined by mental health services here. And I was. And the result of the evaluation was no mental health services required.
Okay. Wardens, do y'all have the report on that and who conducted it?
No, we don't have it in here. We might have it, mental health probably has it, and we can get it if we can call them and get some information.
I just want to make sure one was done. That's what I want to make sure he's had a mental health evaluation.
206. Oh no, she's not there. Lisa.
Okay, I'll call, step out and call.
I'll thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Brown, and you haven't taken many classes, and I understand they wasn't really offered, but they have been offered lately. Why haven't you taken more classes?
I did a lot of training here, leathercraft, and electronics. When I started in leathercraft years ago, it was a very poor department, and we don't have VOTEC in N5. So once I trained myself how to do it, then I train others, and they have an opportunity to provide for themselves once they're on the street, or they could either supplement their own income. It's the same thing with the custom jewelry.
Right. That's just, I mean, that's crafts and job oriented. I need to know more to see that can help you on the outside not commit another crime. Have you taken victim awareness?
I don't think I've taken victim awareness. There was another course I'd taken that had something to do with victim awareness. I don't remember the name of it, but there was another course that I had.
Probably in your pre-release.
I believe it was.
It goes over it, but they don't teach the whole class. As Ms. Ledoux stated, you do have opposition. You have opposition from Judge John Joyce, DA Steve Pugh, Sheriff Jay Russell, Chief Victor Zardin, Monroe PD, Jason Pleasant, the victims, both Freddie and his wife opposed, and their daughter is opposed. So you can't do much about that, but I just wanted to state that for the record. Where do you plan to work when you get out?
Initially, my employment will be provided by my brother. But I can make a living. I was making one while almost $800 a month on the custom jewelry. But I was told that was too much. I couldn't make that much. So I cut it down to $400 a month, which was allowed. I'm really good at that, really good at the leathercraft. The startup is poor. I have all the financial support, and he's there to tell you from my brother. But I will do that. I am handicapped. I've had 3 failed hip surgeries. I was involved in a fatality on I-20, 7/19/21. I had back surgery around the 18th of last month. I still have broke bone in my neck. That has to be repaired. I broke my shoulder blade. I broke my shoulder. Both knees were damaged. I sustained a concussion. So it
That was in a wreck in 21.
7/19/21, and I just had surgery, just had the back surgery.
You in
for,
a van or something?
Correct, it was a transport van. I had 2 sessions to go in physical therapy. And they were so impressed with me, they'd actually got Oshner to give me I was in a wheelchair at the time, but I was transitioning to a 4-prong cane and a single prong cane. And since the institution didn't provide that, and the family wouldn't let it in, the person wouldn't let the family send one in, they actually gave me that equipment. And I had those 2 sessions to go, and I got in that wreck. I'll be rehabbing the rest of my life. I'm wheelchair bound now. I have the report, intracranial bleed, cervical fracture, thoracic fracture, lumbar fracture, humeral fracture, tendon injury, intra-abdominal injury, long bone fracture, rib fracture, and several other things from the accident. I can't take a step, not 1 step.
So you're wheelchair bound. Or
Yes, sir,
did
I
you
am.
find out anything for me?
Yes, Warden Burgos is on the phone with mental health now. They didn't actually do a mental health report like here, but we did put him before Dr. Seal, which is our psychologist, that James is getting the information right now on that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Hey, are we prepared to vote?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session, please.
Second.
Pickford,
Yes.
Token,
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yeah. We're gonna discuss some private information, and we will be confidential information. We'll be back.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank Assistant Warden, did you have any information from Mr. Freeman on his question?
Yes, ma'am. So I was able to I was contacted by our mental health department. His mental health evaluations was conducted by Dr. Seal on June of 2024. During his legal defense, the mental health evaluation, of course, that's a self-reported information. There was no diagnosis at that time. Dr. Seal indicated there was no mental health diagnosis currently required, and he'll follow up as needed, what they call PRN, as needed.
Okay. I have a question, Warden, on programming. Do you offer victim awareness there at your facility?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is that class?
6 months.
6 months.
6 months, okay?
7 months, I'm sorry. It's a 7-month program.
Okay, so, I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman's gonna be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I was on your clemency hearing, and at that time, we said you needed to serve at least 37 years. I think you've been in there right at 37, or is it a little over?
October the 22nd of this year will be 37 years.
Okay, you've done well. You got good comments from the facility. You had good comments from the mayor, your brother. You got good family support. So my recommendation is gonna be to grant conditionally on you completing the victim awareness class. And conditions of parole will be that you live with your brother or residence by him. I mean, I think he said he had a residence for you. And that you have no contact whatsoever with the victim. And you have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's my one.
So no freewheeling on that wheelchair.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Tiller.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Oh, Mr. Brown, to tell you the truth, coming into this hearing, I had some real concerns, to be honest. I really did. And I will let you know that your brother had some help me be assured that you were going to be going to a very stable environment that will provide well for your needs. And so based on what I've heard today, my vote is also to grant after you've completed victim awareness class, and that your employment plan needs to be with your brother's housing opportunity. Okay. So today you've been granted, sir.
I'll say thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you on that.
Way. And sir, you're before the Committee on Parole. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Chairing today, to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We're going to ask you your name and your DOC number to begin.
Melvin Carter, 311087.
Okay. So, Mr. Carter, you're currently serving a 42-year sentence for habitual forcible rape. You have a parole eligibility date of 6/15/2024. You're not eligible for good time, and you have a full term date of 6/15/2046. Before we begin any of our questioning, standard question is, why do you think that we should consider parole for you today?
Well, I'm not the same person who, when I first started, I was a drug addict. And I have been into classes rehabilitating myself. And I have come a long ways from when I first got locked up. When I first got locked up, I was a drug addict. And by me hiding my drug habit got worse and worse. And now I'm drug free, and I continue rehabilitating myself now through the system, that the programs that they have provided for me here at Wade. And I'm looking forward talking to other people and show them what I've been through. Cause I don't want nobody else to go through what I done been through. I'm asking y'all to have mercy on me. I take full responsibility of what I have did. I have hurt someone, and I'm remorseful for it. I have, I just ask for forgiveness. And if y'all decide to give me parole today, I'm gonna be the man who I'm supposed to be. I didn't come from a bad family at all. I wasn't raised this way. I'm asking for mercy today.
Thank you for those comments. Assistant Warden, do you have any comment to make about Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am. He's been incarcerated for 20 years. He's been at Wade since 2012. He's been involved in, completed the sex offender treatment program, all 4 phases. He's done Cage Your Rage, Living in Balance, Victim Awareness, and the Substance Abuse AANA. He's currently enrolled in a literacy program, trying to get his GED. He has some education limitations. He does have family support. He's only had 3 write-ups since he's been incarcerated, and the last one being 2018. He does have a residence plan in Shreveport with his mother, and he has a job opportunity with his brother with a repair and home improvement business in Shreveport also. So he's not a disciplinary problem at all here.
Thank you very much. We have 4 people who joined us and would like to provide support. 3 of them will be allowed to speak. First of all, we have Robert Carter, your brother. And
Robert Carter is waiting to get in. His Zoom has not let him in yet.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and we will hear from Cynthia Carter, sister-in-law, next then.
Good morning to the board, and if someone could let Robert Carter in, that would be most appreciative. My name is Cynthia Carter, and I am Melvin's sister-in-law. I have been married to his brother, Alvin Carter Jr., for the past 40 years. And I want to say good morning to the board, to the state of Louisiana. First, I'd like to say thank you for your sacrifice, for you are the eyes and the ears of the well-being of our society, and a lot weighs on your shoulders. And I want you to, as you think about your mind and your heart and your souls, how you have discerning for the judgment of giving people a second chance in life. I know this is a hard decision, but I hope that you will see the heart of where we are coming from, and as we speak on Melvin's behalf. Today, I pray as the Carter family gathers to support Melvin, we believe in our hearts, in our minds, that you will be on one accord as you look at Melvin's past pain, but look at his present ethics and his excellence that will lead him to the possibilities that wait for him as he re-enters into society. We hope that you will lean in closer and see the man that we see. For the man we saw years ago, he came into you a troubled young man, troubled in his spirit, troubled in his imperfections, living in a world of darkness. But he's leaving as an older man, matured by his past, changed by his Father's love, and he's renewed by his strength and his faith. He's solid and he's secure, ready to embrace the man that God has created him to be from his youth. A redeemed man you see changes and becomes a better man. Today, that is evident when we look at Melvin, and when we talk to Melvin, we hear and we see a changed man. Throughout your correctional facility, he has applied himself, and he has read his word, and he's coming from a spiritual background, a church family. Melvin has always been kind-hearted, and he's always been kind. And although good people sometimes make bad choices, the chances are, second chances are always on the table for us. So to the family, if the family is here, we understand the hurt and we understand the pain. And we have prayed for you as well, and we ask for those forgiveness. We are so very proud of Melvin and who he has become. And we are here to support him spiritually. We're here to support his goals and his dreams. We're here to be his support system as he re-enters back into society. So we ask that the parole board today, we ask that you consider and grant him his parole for today. We want to say thank you for your time and for your service, for listening to us today, and help us bring home the father, the son, the brother that we all love and support. And we thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. We have with us also Robert Carter, your brother now. We'd like to keep our comments to about 3 minutes, okay? I think you're on mute. Let's see. Okay. You're still on mute.
Can
you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. I'm Melvin Carter, one of his younger brothers. And I will be speaking on behalf of employment. If he was to be released, I would provide him employment. I have my own remodeling company, and I will be providing him with a job. I have been established for about 4 years now in my business, remodeling, general contracting, and I will support him to the fullest in that aspect. And as he has been my brother, I will stand beside him and support him in every way possible. I have one other employee, and with Melvin, that would make 2. And I have been talking to Melvin for the last 20 some odd years about change. And I have seen a great change in him since he has been locked up. Melvin has his mindset is in a different place now. And I would just like to thank everybody for listening. And if you can see it in your heart to let him move forward in life. I know we all make mistakes, but God is a forgiving God. And so I ask that everybody that's here today will forgive him and give him a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Katoria Mitchell, your daughter. If you can keep your comments to about 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you.
How you doing? I would like to say thank y'all for allowing me to speak. I'm Melvin Ray's daughter, Katoria. I'm asking you from my family to support my father in his return. I'm also telling you that we are here to support him in any way, mentally, financially, whatever he needs. I know that he's ready because I have seen so much change, so much growth in him over the times since he's been incarcerated. My dad has missed so much time with us. I'm asking y'all to allow him to see his grandchildren grow up. He already missed one graduating from high school. And I just want y'all to allow him to show some of these memories, share some of these time with us. As they grow, they miss him, and we miss him. Just thank y'all so much for just listening to me today.
No, it's difficult. Thank you so much, Victoria, for being with us, okay? At this time, we are going to allow Heather Williamson, who is the victim in this case, to speak to the panel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't really know where to start. I didn't prepare any kind of speech or anything. I want Melvin to know that I forgive him for what happened. I guess I never really realized how much I didn't know about him or what he's been doing with his life until now, listening to his family. 20 years is a long time. I don't want something like that to happen to anyone else. To me, it sounds like he's been doing a lot with himself in there, trying to grow past this himself, as I have over the years. I don't let it destroy my life like I used to. Melvin, I forgive you. I trust that you are spiritually and faithfully trying to do right with yourself, and I like to see that. I like being here right now knowing that. And I would like to ask the board to let him out on parole today. Let him try to start his life again. I've had that opportunity over the years. I'd like to see him have that opportunity now. I'm trying not to hold a grudge forever. You know, I'm not perfect. No one is. If we can do that.
You're very brave, Heather.
I'm sorry.
You're very brave. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So you're unopposed to his release today?
I am unopposed to his release today. I'd like to see him go to his family while he, you know, I don't know how old he is, but I think he was my age when he went in.
It's 55 today.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm unopposed.
Okay.
I would like to know that and see that he does some good with himself.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Carter, at this time, we're going to, Mr. Freeman is going to start our voting. And so go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Carter, were you on drugs when this offense happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of drug treatment have you received? You ever received any inpatient treatment?
I started off in steps before I cleaned the grill.
Okay,
Now I attend constantly AANA, then I took substance abuse in prison.
you took, living in balance, correct? So, but you never had any inpatient treatment?
No,
How you go, do you consider yourself a drug addict?
it's an ongoing thing. I'm not a drug addict no more. That's what I used to be. And I want to continue to go to AANA, attend my program as I go out. If it take me to go to these programs 3-4 times a week, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, isn't the first thing they teach you that once a drug addict, always a drug addict?
Always a drug addict.
Right, so you're not,
Always
just
addiction.
because you've done drugs doesn't mean you're not a drug addict. Okay, tell me why you did this to this lady? What happened?
I was on drugs. I was full of alcohol. You know, I don't know. Drugs just took over me, you know, and when I was on drugs, I didn't have no control of myself. Now I have control of myself.
I have to ask you, why would you take her underwear and put them in your back pocket? Was that a trophy? I mean, what was the deal?
I was so full of the drugs, I can't even remember half of the stuff I done did.
All right, you've had 2 other sexual related arrests, one in 95, aggravated rape and attempted carjacking. What happened in that charge?
That was dealing with a drug deal that went down, and it's in the report showing that that the girl lied on me with that report out. But I was high that night. We was getting high, and that was it.
I must say you do have some opposition. As the victim stated, she is unopposed, but the sentencing judge, Honorable Leon Emanuel, he is opposed. And the district attorney, Assistant DA Alexandra, I'm not even trying to pronounce, Porubsky. And I'm gonna read what she said. The Caddo Parish District Attorney Office strongly opposes parole release for defendant Melvin Carter based on the serious nature of the case and his criminal history. Carter placed the victim in fear of death or great bodily injury to forcibly remove her and to rape her. His efforts to avoid discovery by lying to the police multiple times about his identity prior to his arrest further demonstrates his lack of remorse for his crime. By his own action, Carter has shown he is a recidivist who is highly likely to reoffend if granted parole. Moreover, Carter's history of sexual assault allegations starting in 1993 gives this office grave concern for public safety in the event of his release. His deliberate and calculated attack and sexual assault of a complete stranger places Carter in the category of worst of the worst, and he should do his entire sentence. And that was from the DA. Sheriff wrote something also very, very similar. Chief Deputy John May. So I just wanted to know you had those. What was the best class you took?
Yeah, the best class was substance abuse and sex offender classes.
Okay, what did you learn?
I learned being in denial, you know, and learn to own up to your own responsibility, what I have did. And that's what I'm doing now, owning up to it.
All right. You do have plenty of support letters from your friends. One of them was really a heartbreaker from your niece. I will say that. You have 3 children. Do you have contact with them?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you gonna do for your sobriety plan when you get out?
My sobriety plan, I'm planning on to continue to go to AANA and continue throughout as I go.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Tillis, do you have some questions?
I know.
I don't have any other questions, so at this point, we would be ready to vote. Mr. Freeman, you'll be voting first.
Okay, you know, Mr. Carter, one of our main things is public safety. And I do really appreciate the victim getting up there and speaking out for you. That took a lot of courage, but the bottom line is in my heart, I don't feel the public is safe at this time. You're only 58 years old. It wasn't your first arrest for different sex offenses. You had a bad drug problem. My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant. I'm impressed with what you're doing and trying to do, and I would hope that you would continue it. And I think you deserve a chance.
Based on the fact that you have completed all 4 phases of sex offender treatment, you have a low static 99 score, and we have that, good disciplinary record. My vote would be to grant today. However, you need a unanimous grant. So you've been denied today, but I think that you've got some encouragement to continue working towards what you need to do to re-enter, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You know, so it doesn't have to be 3.
Yes,
Girl, it hangs up before we start calling people.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Good afternoon. You are before the Louisiana Committee on Parole. My name is Jerry Ledoux. I'm chairing. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. Please state your name and your DOC number.
Marlon Coleman, 48801.
So, Mr. Coleman, we find that you are a third-class offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence for manslaughter. Your parole eligibility date is 5/13/2024. Good time, 5/6/2037. Full time, 8/28/2043. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We have people here or online in support and opposition. But at this point, we would like to ask you, why do you think that the Committee on Parole should grant you parole today?
At that time, I was addicted to drugs and alcohol. I was young, misguided. I had an anger problem. That's pretty much it.
Okay, tell me what happened. I mean, what happened? What led to the events? What made you shoot this fellow?
I was under influence, and we had a disagreement. The drugs, my addiction took over.
Okay. Warden, do you have anything to report on this offender for us?
Yes, ma'am. He has been here at Wade. He was here at Wade from 07 to 16, and then he's returned to Wade May of 23. His conduct report is, let's see, let me find it. Is had a total of 17 write-ups in over 20 years. And his last one being June of 19 for a fighting. He's currently on the list to be tested for placement in school. He's attended victim awareness, anger management, and celebrate recovery. And he's currently in living in balance with 6 months left in that. He does have a residence plan to go live with his girlfriend in Shreveport. Currently does not have a job lined up. And he's not a disciplinary problem here at Wade at all.
Am I reading the report correctly when it says that he had 247 days lost good time?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. He does have 247 days forfeiture.
We have a number of people who would like to offer comments. And at this time, we have your mother, Rhonda Bale or Beal, Keisha Cox, sister, who would both like to speak, and then also your other sister, Tashia, and she's not speaking. So at this point, we can ask Ms. Rhonda if you would like to address the committee. Rhonda Beal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. If you'll go ahead and address.
Like to say that my son did do what he did, but he is a changed man now. And I would appreciate it if you all give him an opportunity to prove himself to the world. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cox, would you like to speak now?
Do I have to have the video on?
You do not.
Okay. So I'm Keisha and I'm his sister. I just would like for y'all to give him another chance. I missed a lot of years with my brother and I need my brother. I just hope y'all have a good heart today. And please give him another chance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. We do have a number of people in opposition. We have two that will not be speaking, Patrick Mitchell, Lisa Rasco, the victim's son and sister, but we'll be allowing Destiny Mitchell, the victim's daughter, to make a statement at this time.
Hey, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to speak. I wasn't prepared. I don't know what quite to say, but before this, I found my journal that I had. And I just want to read some of what I wrote.
You have about 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I was 4 years old when this happened. No memories of my mother, nothing to remember her with but pictures. My auntie, my brother, my sister, my uncles, they tell me how I look so much like her. And I just can't even remember anything. But on June 19, 2016, I was 14 years old and I wrote in his journal. I said, Mama, everything I do, I'm doing it for you. My sister and my brother, we are still close to each other. I pray to God to protect my family and us. I miss you so much, Mama. I wish I could see you. On June 16, 2015, a year later, I wrote, I have so much on my mind, it's like I don't know where I'm headed with my life. I don't have encouragement for my mother. I feel like I've been spending the night for 13 years. I want to go home. The home where it was just me, Mama, sister, and my brother. I want to go home now. I miss my mother so much that words can't explain. I pray that every night I hoping to see a better life, but honestly, my life sucks. I'm just a teenager. My years has been a teen, supposed to be fun, but it is hell. The people in this world are evil. I'm not happy here. Nobody knows how many times I cry myself to sleep at night. Mama, I miss you so much. I just wish I could see you and hug you. That was at 15 years old. I'm so thankful to be raised by my grandmother. But to this day, I cry, I hurt, I don't have a mother to call on. Now rest my grandmother's soul, I don't have her to call on. No mother figure at all. And you took this away from me. I didn't have a choice. You don't know how it feels to go to school. My mother missed me going to ECE. My mother missed me in kindergarten, first grade. I ain't going on and on. My mother missed my high school graduation. She missed me graduating college. She missed everything. All birthdays gone. Everything is gone. I have no memories, nothing gone. And I guess I just have this question for the court or you, Mr. Coleman, anybody. I was 4 years old, so I wasn't aware of anything or what the charge was. But it is manslaughter, and I'm trying to see how shooting someone in the back of the head running away is manslaughter and not murder. I just need answers today. And as I'm hearing, you was on drugs, whatever, but how was that manslaughter and not murder?
Right. I appreciate that question. However, it's not within our sphere of influence to be able to answer that question. That's something for the district attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, we're going to let Linnea Mitchell speak, also the victim's daughter. And make sure you're not on mute, okay? You're still on mute, yeah.
Okay, y'all hear me now?
Yes.
I
Please
just
try to
want to
stay
say,
still.
yes.
Please try to stay still when you're speaking so we can keep you in
Okay.
focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I still remember everything from that night. I remember her screaming. I remember the laugh. I remember the gunshots. I remember my brother coming to get me to show me that our mama is dead on the living room floor. And that still affects me to this day. It's just hard. I have nothing else to say. All I can say is it can't be wiped out my memories. I still remember everything. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I know it's difficult. And now we also have Miss Deborah Simmons, the victim's sister.
Good afternoon, members of the parole board. My sister was murdered 21 years ago. We had an agreement, supposedly when this was done, to avoid the trial. So my mother wouldn't have to go through the pictures and all the stuff that went along with that, with the district attorney's office, that this young person or this man that murdered my sister would do 40 years. We don't want him out. He doesn't deserve to be out. I'm not a heartless person, but there is nothing can soothe the pain, nothing can take away the thoughts, the memories of that night, the way that I sat with my mother when she grieved over her daughter. You know, to be called in the middle of the night to tell you, and somebody tells you your sister is dead from somebody shooting her is unreal. It's an unbelievable thing. I can even tell you the way that I felt, but I can tell you it's so hard to sit with your mother and watch her grieve over a daughter that somebody has killed. So in that, I could say so much more, but I can't because it's too painful. This right here is painful today for our family. We don't want to see him out. We understand that, you know, he's been through something in his 21 years, but we still going through 21 plus years later. So I ask that you all consider that. Because we were told that if he took a plea, that he would do the 40 years. Now he's up for parole, which we don't understand, you know, so that's all. I thank you for your time and for your listening.
Mr. Coleman, how much time have you spent incarcerated on this crime?
22, 21, 22.
22 years.
21, 22.
So you've served 21 years on your 40-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're a third-class offender, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If I read my record correctly, all of your prior releases ended, your supervision periods ended with another crime. Have you ever successfully completed a supervision period?
No, ma'am.
And it looks to me like, reviewing your criminal history, you've had actually 11 arrests. Some were, you know, pled down, minor things, but I showed 11 arrests in your history. What type of employment have you done in the past?
Excuse me? What type of employment have you done in the past? Oh, demolition work. I was at, locked up at, Naglis City Center. I did demolition work for RDS.
Demolition? What is your what is your position right now in the prison? What do you do in the prison? What's your job?
Who won?
It's a field crew.
Field
He
crew.
works on, yeah, just a crew.
Okay. Um. Well, I appreciate the fact that you have taken a few classes. And which one of them were the most, did you enjoy the most or get the most out of? You took Celebrate Recovery and you took Victim Awareness.
Victim awareness.
Tell me what you learned from that.
Understanding that we all made mistakes. At the same time, I take full responsibility for my actions.
Okay.
Right now, I'm nervous right now, and I'm seeing what's going on, and I really do understand. I just take full responsibility for what happened that night.
So this was a plea agreement from second degree down to manslaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Freeman has a question.
Okay, have you ever figured out why you shot her? I mean, the witnesses there said that, I mean, I know you drank 3/5 of whiskey, then you done some drugs, but I mean, for someone to just walk out the bedroom and you had just left the bathroom, I mean, have you ever come to a realization of why you shot the victim?
No, man. No, sir.
Did you ever take anger management?
Yes, sir.
When did you take it?
Just like a couple months ago.
Okay.
He just
'Cause I saw-
completed it.
Okay, because I saw that you had a good bit of fights while you've been in jail, and I was just wondering if you'd taken anger management class. Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Coleman, you know, in reviewing your record, you caught a big break when they charged you with manslaughter. That was a huge break. Because, I mean, based on the police report and witnesses, that was a calculated crime. You've had problems with supervision in the past. You've had a few problems when you've been incarcerated. I will say that you are doing some good programming, and I appreciate that the facility has that plan for you to do some education things. But at this point, based on victim and law enforcement opposition, prior history. Yeah.
We'll ask the question.
Oh,
okay.
Mr. Coleman, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
You kind of calm down. You're not so nervous now? You said you were a little nervous.
Calm down, you're not so nervous now.
I'm still nervous.
Yeah. How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
12th grade. Did you try to go further? Have you tried to work on any other on your degree?
No, sir.
Did you play football?
No, sir.
Played basketball in high school?
No, sir.
So what did you do basically while you were in high school?
High school. Ran the streets.
Let's see. How long have you been on drugs?
About 12, 13.
Since you were 12 or 13? Yeah. Do you have any remorse for what you've done?
Do I have any remorse?
Remorse. Do you feel bad for what you do? Did you know the victim?
Yes.
You did? Okay. I mean, the reason why I asked that, you seem like you're not remorseful, and I was curious about that.
Well, I see what, I really don't know what to say right now. You know, I see what's going, I hate how they feel. Let you know what they got to say. You know, I apologize. You know, I have to say that I'm not the same person. Right now, my head is so gone. I'm so nervous. I don't even know. Not wanting to really do a lot of talking.
I understand. I understand. No more questions.
So my vote today is denied based on the reasons I've given. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is also to deny, and I think you need to get some more training, apply yourself to what the system does, and hopefully later on you will.
Hey, my vote is also to deny, victim opposition and your supervision history.
So today, sir, your parole has been denied. We wish you well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, you.
So, they control the
Okay. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. My name is Jerry Ledoux as the chair. On my left is Chuck Tillis, my right, Pete Freeman. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number? We can't hear you.
Say something.
Can you say something?
We're trying to unmute.
Got
Got it.
Technology issue. Okay, so go ahead, sir, if you'll state your name and your DOC number.
Nathan Lilly, 726-871.
Okay. Mr. Lilly, you're before this panel today for a parole hearing. You are serving a 28-year sentence for oral sexual battery. You're a first-class offender. You have a parole eligibility date, that's June 5th, 2024. You're not eligible for good time, and a full term date of February 9th, 2043. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like to make a statement now regarding why the committee should allow you to be released on parole?
I've grown, I've matured, I've turned the corner. I've made effort at treatment and rehabilitation while developing interpersonal skills. And I've also maintained a clean record of no write-ups or disciplinary infractions.
Okay. Warden, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, ma'am. Inmate Nathan has been here since October the 3rd of 18. He's currently in phase 2 of the sex offender program. He's completed victim awareness, living in balance, cage to rage, and AANA. They are working on him a residence plan at the recovery center in Shreveport, which has not yet been finalized. He is correct, and he has not had any disciplinary write-ups since being sentenced to DOC in August of 2017. So he is definitely not a disciplinary problem here.
Okay. Mr. Lilly, how old are you?
I am 48. I'll be 49 next month.
Mr. Tillis has your case, and I'd like for him to begin his interview.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nathan. How are you doing?
Very well. How are you?
Good. How far did you go Haitian high school? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
That's good.
I went all the way through high school, and I completed 110 hours of college at Northwestern State University.
You did?
Yes, sir. I can have the transcripts sent to me if you'd like.
No, that's not necessary. So what do you do while you're incarcerated? What kind of work or what do you do?
I work for the North Yard crew. I'm responsible, the area they have me in charge of. Everybody has their own area that they're in charge of. And what I do is landscaping. And the area I'm in charge of is right where the East Walk Gate is, where a lot of people, a lot of visitors, a lot of guests come through. So it's a high responsibility. And I'm also responsible for around the warden's offices, where I cut and maintain the hedges and trim, make it look presentable to the outside guests.
Yeah. So what kind of work were you doing before you were incarcerated?
I worked 15 years for John Deere. I worked for Goldman Equipment Company. And I worked in the parts department. I worked in service. I helped maintain and organize their warehouses. Whenever they took over a new location, I was the first one on the scene to get everything straight and inventory everything I was responsible for, what they call setup, which is whenever a farmer orders a piece of equipment, they have to have it to their specifications, and I made sure it got that way.
I see. I have, I've gone through your report, but I just to see what your feelings was. How many kids did you have? Or do you have?
How many children?
How many children do you have?
Well, and my oldest daughter was actually my stepdaughter, but it was 3 altogether.
3 altogether? 3 girls?
It was 2 girls, 1 boy.
1 boy. How old is your son?
He's 16, just turned 16 in June.
You spend a lot of time with him, or do you see him sometimes?
Well, I'm not allowed contact because of the restraining order that my ex-wife, until he turns 18.
I got you. I got you.
So I'm not, wouldn't look good if I try to make contact.
So what do you plan to do if released? What do you plan to do if you're released?
Oh, well, reemerge in society, become a productive, law-abiding citizen. I'd like to continue my treatment on the outside. I'd like to make that clear that I'd still like to attend support groups and even hopefully with a proper training, become a counselor so I can help others. And even that may have preventative measures so this wouldn't happen to Olivia. Olivia's my victim. And I don't want that to happen to her or anyone else ever again. Because the remorse I feel serves as a constant reminder, and it also motivates me to become a better person.
You weren't doing drugs at the time, were you?
At one time, I was on opioids, but I quit before I even got into before I was even incarcerated.
Okay, I have no more further questions.
Sir, did you admitted to the crime?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You knew it was wrong to do what you were doing?
Yes, ma'am. With many SOs, and I've discovered this through through my treatment, they have really top-notch staff here at David Wade. And through treatment, you discover look a little bit more into yourself. Most SOs only think about immediate gratification and not the long-term consequence of their actions. And that's pretty much explain several risk factors. If you don't have an adequate support system to support the risk factors, then you're displaying 2 or more and it becomes dangerous.
I don't have any further questions for him.
Okay, Mr. Lilly, your older daughter, did you ever have any relations with her?
No, ma'am. No, sir. No, sir, I did not.
You did videotape her in the shower, though, correct?
I did confess to that. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, what did you do with that tape? I mean, that was just for your gratification?
No, I ended up just erasing it because I just thought it wasn't right. And my conscience pretty much got the better of me. I just said this is wrong.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lilly, Mr. Tillis will take the lead in voting.
Mr. Lilly, I think you still need some more classes and time. I'm really happy with the progress you're doing, and it sounds like you're remorseful. And I think if you get some more classes and treatment, that you probably end up where you want to be. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote today is to deny due to the serious nature of the crime, and he's only done 33% of the time that was imposed.
My vote is also to deny. I would like to point out some positive things. I know the facility appreciates your conduct being so good, and you know, you are doing the right kind of programming. I just encourage you to continue along that path, but my vote is also to deny today. So your request for parole has been denied.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So I need.
They'll call you up.
They'll call you.
They'll call you up. Okay, we're reconvening the Parole Committee here in Baton Rouge headquarters. My name is Jerry Ledoux. On my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. Would the offender please state your name and your DOC number?
Donovan Wiggins, 91480.
Okay, sir, we find that you're before our panel and you're serving a 20-year sentence for indecent behavior with juveniles ×2. You have a parole eligibility date that was May 28th, 2019. You're not eligible for good time, and you have a full-time date of 10/1/2032. This is a rehearing since you were heard previously. At this point, would you like to make a statement about why you think that you should be paroled today?
If I could be with my family, make my amends to my victims. It's all possible.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? You want to be with your family and what?
Make restitution for my victims.
Okay, restitution. Okay.
Apologize to them, get forgiveness. What I did was wrong, seriously wrong.
Okay.
I'd like to get it fixed.
So, you have several people here in support of your release today. But before we get to them, I'd like to ask the warden if you have any information you'd like to share with the panel.
Yes, ma'am. Inmate Wiggins has been here at Wade since 2016. He has no disciplinary write-ups. He is currently enrolled in the reentry program and a program called Experiencing God. He has completed the all 4 phases of the sex offender treatment and then the anger management. He, like I said, he is not a disciplinary problem and here at Wade.
Thank you. We have Donovan Wiggins Jr., your son, via Zoom, who would like to speak. And also Norma Sharp is with Donovan. That's your sister. So at this point, we can ask for those comments.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm just calling Dad today and see if I can get him home. We miss him, and I think that can you talk to Norma? And I just
You need him home?
I need him home.
Okay.
I've got a lot of health issues, and I would just like to get him home.
Appreciate those comments. Ms. Norma, do you have any comment?
Yes, ma'am. Donovan's in dire need of his daddy. Donovan is quadriplegic. He has a mega amount of health problems, and we're here for Donnie's support to keep him straight any way we possibly can. And thank y'all so much for letting us speak for him, okay?
Thank you very much for joining us for the interview. We also have Miss Tammy Jump, who is with the District Attorney's Office in Bienville Parish. Ms. Jump, if you would like to make some statements to the committee, now's the appropriate time.
I can't hear you.
You're still on mute, I believe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. As you said, my name is Tammy Jump. I'm the first assistant district attorney here in Bienville Parish. and I've been the felony prosecutor here for about 24 years. The original prosecutor in this case passed away a couple of years ago, but our office is small, and so I knew a little bit about the case. And before today, I reviewed the case, and just so I would be able to speak to it. And I listened to the defendant's statement to law enforcement, and for about 2 hours, he denied any wrongdoing whatsoever. He finally admitted to some inappropriate behavior, but he actually tried to blame the girls for the way they were acting. And I also listened to the interview of the girls, Sierra and Cheyenne. They were both very detailed in telling what happened, and I don't believe they had any reason to make up a story like this. Unfortunately, I've prosecuted way too many of these cases over the years, and we always try to balance what's best for the victim, along with trying to make sure there are significant consequences for someone's actions. And sometimes this makes our job very difficult. In this case, Mr. Wiggins was allowed to plead guilty to 2 counts of indecent behavior. This was an agreement that the prosecutor made at the time in order to avoid putting these 2 little girls on the witness stand. He could have been convicted, however, of aggravated rape, which is now first-degree rape, which would have been a life sentence if this had gone to trial and the jury had convicted him. So at this time, the state opposes him being released. We feel like he needs to serve out the remainder of his sentence. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Jump.
Thank you.
This case is assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, would you provide some questions?
Mr. Wiggins, were you drinking alcohol at the time that you committed this crime? Were you,
No, sir. No, sir.
were you doing drugs?
No, sir. I don't do drugs or alcohol.
You didn't? And I don't like asking this, but why do you think you did what you did?
That's stupidity.
I see. And the children's mother was working for you?
My son.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
the girl's mother worked for you at the time?
No, for my son.
For his son.
That's what I'm saying, for your son. I thought you had your son at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Was he with me at that time?
No, I understand what you're saying. She worked for your son, but I was reading where I thought you had her working for you to help take care of your son.
Oh, yeah, oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what he's talking about.
Oh, yes, a little bit, yeah.
I got you. Okay, no more questions.
Mr. Freeney?
How long have you actually been in jail?
It's October 12.
Okay, so you've been in jail 12 years of a 20-year sentence?
Yeah.
You have no idea why you did these things? I mean, that's a pretty horrific crime. Was it planned?
No, sir.
So it just, when they tried to get out the truck, you just decided it was time? Okay. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions. At this time, Mr. Wiggins, the panel is going to be voting. Mr. Tillis will start.
My vote is to deny today and suggest that you continue with your sexual abuse classes. And hope that maybe you'll continue that and do better.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote today is to deny because of law enforcement opposition. And he needs to complete his classes, the more classes.
So, I feel really bad for your son, who obviously, could use your support. But my vote is also to deny. For the reasons stated. Today, sir, your request for parole has been denied. We're going to close out our hearings at David Wade Correctional, and thank you so much for the staff. It's now 1:24 and we're adjourning.